We're live.
Perfect. Welcome to the board meeting. Bear with me, I'm not used to doing this, to leading the meeting. So we'll have the closed session meeting first here at 4:30, and then we'll come back at 5:30 for the open session. We have Mrs. Dew, Ms. Edmiston,
Yes.
Present.
Mr. Barrios, and myself. Mr. Garcia is absent. Community comments, we have 3. Should we read Dr. Williams, can you read the closed comments
Sure.
disclaimer?
Hold on, let me find it. Okay. This is an opportunity for the community. I'll go for one. This is an opportunity for the community to address the board on any closed session items. Please submit your comments to the board president by completing the request for address to address the board card prior to the meeting and turning it into the assistant to the superintendent. The president will recognize those who desire to speak prior to the closed session. Each speaker is allocated a maximum of 3 minutes. The president may choose to limit each topic to 10, no more than 20 minutes if substantial number of people wish to address the board on one topic. Testimony should be brief and to the point. Speakers should not repeat testimony already presented. If the topic would be more suitable addressed at a later time, the president may indicate the time and place when it should be presented. Board actions may not legally be taken on any item not specifically listed on the agenda. The board may ask that such item be placed on the next agenda for consideration. Testimony is not protected from language, damage claims for slander. Public charges or allegations may result in legal actions being sought by those individuals. The board values constructive community comments and suggestions. It welcomes your participation in a democratic process.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Can we have Kathy Hansen?
Good evening. Retirement is wonderful. Just want you all to know. Don't I look unwrinkled? I'm actually addressing the board regarding open item 9.8, open session item 9.8, the Titan Group. As a previous first vice president of Victor Valley Teachers Association and as president emeritus of VVTA, I've had occasion to deal with the Titan Group several times, and I would caution strongly that you not employ them. When I would go into a meeting, the meeting would start out congenial, introductions, kind of a procedure of what was going on, and then the minute the tape recorder turned on, they became tenacious pit bulls. They used tactics like intimidation or coercion to get what they needed. For example, they would acknowledge the right of the employee to have union representation and the protected activities that come along with that. And then when we would indulge in those activities, for example, taking a caucus or cautioning the teacher not to answer a specific question, we would be told that this could reflect poorly on them in their report, which I countered on it, reflect poorly on you in our report, but it would reflect poorly on the teacher, and that this could be used as a way to punish, if you will, coerce information. So if you would take a caucus, this could reflect poorly. I also know that on at least 2 occasions, I had irrefutable proof that the teacher was in fact telling the truth, but the report said it has been determined that you are lying. On one of those occasions, the teacher was a non-tenured teacher, and I knew I could not protect that teacher's job. They were going to be non-reelected. However, because I had the proof and I had a really strong relationship with HR at that time, we were able to get concessions for that teacher. I don't like the Titan Group. I don't like their ethics. I don't like the coercion. I don't like the forcing of the hand and trying to do things. I think you would be better served, and I know this is going to go counter to my previous opinion, but things have changed in the last 10 years. I think you would be better served having an in-house, perhaps director of HR if necessary, to take care of the things you need to take care of. because they know the people in this district, and this particular group engages in unethical, just coercive practices, and I think it's wrong. So I would caution you strongly, do not use the Titan Group.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols.
Turn the house down.
It's okay, Jared, I'll use.
Thank you.
A copy of survey results from our membership I wanted to share with the
Oh,
board. and
thank
speak about
you.
tonight.
Thank you.
Jared, do you want me to give one to Josh?
Good evening, good afternoon, board members, superintendents, cabinet, staff, community. My name is Jared Nichols. I am the chief negotiator for VVTA. Tonight I address you regarding the 21-24 successor contract. We're planning to meet on April 13th and 14th to work towards settling the 21-24 successor contract. As I said last month when I was with you, we are very close to settling and only a few issues remain. Tonight I present you with the results from our survey from our members taken just this week. In fact, it just closed at 4 o'clock, so this is the freshest that we have. Our members have placed a high priority on increasing the pay rate for hourly extra duties. We've been addressing this issue at the table. The district has stated that certificated staff are exempt employees like management. Working extra hours is just part of the job. Perhaps if I was compensated at management rates or was allowed to flex my hours and use comp time like management, then I wouldn't be standing here now. This week, over 90% of our members stated that the current rate of 60% is not adequate for extra duties. Nearly 3/4 of the respondents stated that they are unlikely to continue performing tutoring and extra duties and attending PD during the duty day at the current rates. Our survey data supports what I said last month. Teachers and counselors would be more likely to participate in tutoring and professional duties if they were compensated at their full per diem. In fact, nearly 97% of our members said just that. The district has stated they are forecasting higher attendance rates at this summer's professional development days. Our survey indicates that 2/3 of our members are not planning to attend this summer at these current rates. Coincidentally, nearly 3/4 of the members said that they would be more likely to attend if they were compensated at their full per diem rates for summer professional development. I wholeheartedly believe that summer professional development days are important. They allow the teachers and counselors to receive training for new curriculums, programs, best practices, and many more topics that just would not be practical to happen during the school year. These training sessions are not always practical to happen during the school year, I apologize. If summer PD is important to the district, then they should compensate us at our full per diem rate for it. In past years, when a member has expressed concern that the hourly rate is too low, our response as VVTA has been to organize and say, then don't go. That is the exact advice we're giving to our members, and they have taken it to heart. In the future, there will be significantly less attendance at professional development trainings and less opportunities for student tutoring. I know I'm throwing a lot of numbers at you and percents, and I've also provided you all with a copy of the questions that I'm referring to. I'm optimistic that we can reach agreement on this, as well as settle the remaining articles of salary and class sizes when we meet. I appreciate Dr. Rubalcaba and his team for their willingness to provide the requested information and the professionalism at the table. I also appreciate Dr. Hawkins for making time to attend our meeting next week. We're looking forward to a robust conversation and working towards moving ahead together. Thank you all for your time and consideration. As always, feel free to contact me with any questions, and I look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. Anita Tucker?
Good afternoon. I'm talking about the item 9.8 on the agenda tonight. I'm speaking for myself, but also as the president of VVTA representing 472 members. We have serious concerns with this item of hiring the Titan Group. And this is being done by Business Services to provide professional, general, investigative services, including but not limited to consultation and case administration. This is asking for you, the board, to approve this for $200 an hour, not to exceed 400 hours, and to approve $75 a day for travel. I'm not a math teacher, but that's over $80,000 for this. And this is only going from April 11th through July 31st. Can we really afford to do this? Especially with concerns that we've heard from this group that they have been bullying in nature. Isn't that what we teach our kids, our students, not to be bullies? Isn't that what we teachers and staff get in trouble for, being bullying? Yet you're going to pay over $80,000 to hire a group to do that to the employees at this site, whether it's management employees, whether it's classified or certificated. That's not good. That looks poorly on the district. We have law firms that we pay exorbitant amounts of money. Can't they do investigations? We have in-house services available that can do investigations. Is that not enough for us with that? I'm heartbroken when I think that an investigator is going to bully one of our teachers or staff in that manner. I strongly hope that you reconsider this article for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker. I'll entertain a motion to go to closed session.
So moved.
Second?
Mr. Barrios?
Aye.
Let's see, Mrs. Dew? Ms. Edmiston?
Yes.
And I vote aye. So we're adjourned to closed session. We're gonna have a production, so I don't want to be in the background. All right, so do we have our student representative to take the oath of office? We do not. Okay, members present, I have Mr. Barrios,
Present.
Mrs. Dew,
Yes.
Ms. Edmiston,
Here.
and myself. Mr. Garcia is absent. Okay, well, I was going to have our student lead us in the pledge. Dr. Rubalcaba, would you lead us
I would love
in the
to.
Pledge of Allegiance?
Everybody please stand, face the flag, put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Second.
So Ms. Edmiston, you don't have a microphone, but she moved,
Second.
and Mrs. Dew seconded. So Mr. Barrios?
Aye.
Aye. So 4 ayes. Okay, we're going to have some recognition from Silverado High School, Alina Kim. And Dr. Williams, would you like to? Oh, you're going to come. Okay. Oh, sorry. How are you? Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Christine Foote. I'm the Director of Curriculum and Instruction. And I want to go ahead and bring up the teacher who guided Miss Alina Kim in her journey on the science fair project that she created. And can I invite her up right now, Miss Barbara Mars from Silverado High School? And Alina, are you here? Alina, come on up. We want you to be
Okay, greetings, Dr. Williams and honorable board members. I am Barbara Mars, the Science and Engineering Fair Coordinator for Silverado, and I am thrilled to report that Alina Kim, all right, from Silverado, has won a gold medal at the SIMSEF, the San Bernardino Mono County Fair. And I know it's the first time that Silverado has won a gold medal at a county fair. So for us, that's a biggie, yeah. Also, though, she garnered 4 additional awards, which is also a first. So let me read them off. I mean, it's pretty impressive. So she also garnered, oh, by the way, her project was microplastics in the tissues of farm-raised tilapia, swai, and salmon.
Oh, wow.
Okay, and she did it all in my classroom. So this is everything that she did in my classroom, week after week after week. You know, you really begin to appreciate researchers who all they do is look at through a microscope. I mean, after a while, it was like, oh, we got what we did. Okay. All right, anyway, so she garnered the, let me get to the first one, the U.S. Stockholm Junior Water Prize, first one. Wow. Let me read them all off. The Office of Naval Research, U.S. Navy, U.S. Marine Corps Award, which in addition to a medal gave her $50. The NOAA Award, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration Award, and an Environmental Protection Agency Recognition Award. So
Whoa.
and there's more. In addition, there is a volume published by California State University Northridge that they take students' abstracts that are submitted and they publish them in this volume. And I submitted her entire research report, and they told me she has been accepted for publication. And she'll be in the 2022 volume, which comes out next year. She is now entered into the state competition. Our state competition will happen this Tuesday. It'll be another, and this has been all virtual, so it'll be another virtual competition that she'll be competing, and we'll keep you posted.
Congratulations. Congratulations, sweetie.
The plug seems to be.
Oh, wait, I want to get a picture of you.
Yeah, you gotta get a picture.
Congratulations.
I want her autograph.
That's okay. Well, I saw her. Hi, hello again. Congratulations again. Congratulations to you. Congratulations. So impressed. Congratulations. Look forward to looking at your research. Good job.
Yes.
We want to get a picture of you.
We're gonna wait for Chris. Chris is first.
Yeah, the teacher has to get in there. Teacher.
We're stealing John here. Yeah, because it was
We
on.
are.
And the teacher.
Jose, and let's,
She wants her own picture.
Jose, they want a picture with you. Love technology.
I know.
Jose.
Jose.
Jose. Ramoni, come over here.
Yes.
Get over here.
Oh,
which grade are you? Which grade are you?
And the princess.
That is amazing.
No, I want you to be in the
Yeah,
picture.
yeah.
Heather.
She told us that, so she's got a long time ahead of her.
Yes, I do. We know that.
She's in the
She's a
ninth
ninth grade? You're a ninth
You're
grader?
in the ninth grade.
Wow.
Look who's in back. Me, Ramoni, and Barbara.
Yeah.
We'll be done with class. This ain't gonna work.
Are you getting an ankle? You getting some?
Well, we can't get out.
Well, these are the tall people. Stand over there, tall.
Well, what about Ramoni and
Yes. Come on over. Come on over.
There you go.
Is that Mom?
Dr. Williams, you can be seen anywhere. Man. You got that advantage. Huh?
Oh.
No, come on, Jose.
As long as he's only covering part. See, if he's covering the right part, it's okay. No problem.
Jose, move it. You can't.
Oh, that's too funny. Picture time.
I am so impressed.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Congratulations, sweetie. I know you're going to be famous one day. She's going to be famous.
It's a plot. In the ninth grade.
She's going to be famous.
Okay.
You trust my other little group. I saw this little group.
I have someone's agenda. I don't know. Okay. We have another recognition. This is one of our employees. We're going to pull that one.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, we're going to do which one?
So we're going to recognize him at a later. Okay. So we will recognize
I thought that person was,
Mr. Brown at a subsequent board meeting.
okay.
Okay, so we have a great presentation for you by the Victor Valley High School Drama
Yay.
Program.
All right.
Yay! I saw this group. They're great. They make you smile.
Do we need to reopen? Both. Mr. Moman.
All right.
I saw you guys.
You need a mic?
I saw all of you guys.
Just project, guys.
Wow.
I'm so impressed with you that I'm going to have you guys do the spring. You're going to be part of the spring. Yeah, your tape is going to be on. I saw you guys.
We stayed the right place. Everybody else moved out there, so I knew you guys would be all over.
Wow, is this what you guys look like now? I went there 100 years ago.
She did.
Victor Valley High School. Where's my guy that talks?
All right, Mr. Sarah, let's go here. I'll see these guys.
Do you guys want to come up here and then you guys stand in line? face this way? We're so sorry. You gave us this beautiful new theater, and now we don't know what to do with ourselves. We're not in it.
Hey,
Okay, so let's
your old theater was this small.
It was. We were used to that.
Oh yeah, they did their acting as they did. Maybe we should go over there.
You guys are down the room outside.
Are you guys moving? Are you moving?
You want us to move?
Oh, okay. All right.
Would it make it easier if we move this way, or do you want to stay here?
We whatever's easiest for you.
Okay, we'll stay here.
Okay.
Oh, this is fancy. This is a nice place.
You like the place?
Yes, you're gonna be great.
Great. So are most of you guys seniors? Or? Are you really? I graduated from that.
You want to use the mic?
100 years ago.
Okay.
So in March, we were so thrilled to bring live musical theater back. So excited. And we barely got to use the new theater before COVID put a huge intermission on everything. So doing a show as high energy as Grease and having so many students, even more than this involved, was just like such an amazing way to feel normal again, which we've all been hoping for so long. So here they are with probably the most famous song from Grease, Summer Nights.
Hallelujah. There you go. Okay, you guys want to know what really happened? Summer loving had me a blast.
Summer loving, happened so fast.
I met a girl crazy for me.
Met a boy, cute as can be.
Summer days driven away to
Over summer nights.
Oh, walla, 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 ooh. Tell me more, tell me more. Did you get very far?
Tell me more, tell me more. I can see how we are.
Tell me more, tell me more. She was good, you know what I mean.
Tell me more, tell me more.
Tell me more, tell me more. Give me a friend. Come on, man. And so I told her we'd still be friends. Wonder what she's doing now. Summer dreams ripped at the seams, but those
you so much. Thank you for giving us another opportunity to come together as a group.
I want you to know, I was so impressed with them that they're going to be shown at a spring awards ceremony we're having for San Bernardino County, and all 33 districts are going to see a clip of them.
Thank you. Thank all of you. I want to thank all of you, and in fact, we do have one more thing for you. We don't have enough challenge coins to give you one at this meeting, but you are all going to receive a challenge coin from the district,
Yes.
and it will come to your school site. So thank you so much for performing for us today.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Good job.
Thank you. Thank you, Jack Rabbits.
Keep up the good work. Good job. Keep on singing. Good job.
That was really nice.
Great job, Jack Rabbits.
So I think Penny and I can go back to our seats now, right? Okay, so we're going to take a 30-second hiatus, and then we're going to go to our seats.
It's a great speech, yeah.
All those kids? That's dedication. You're absolutely right.
That was good. I always say we should charge admission to our board meetings.
Fundraiser.
Yeah. Fundraiser?
For the program.
Oh. And no-dos.
Okay, so we do have a
Presentation.
well, but do you want us to do the cube in between, Dr. Williams? We're going to recognize some of you.
We're going to do the Cube Awards now.
Okay, so we'll move on to, I guess we'll call this 5.21 or 5.1A. Okay, so we'll have the Cube Awards and we'll recognize some of you.
Please join us in congratulating our Victor Valley Union High School District Cube Award winners for March 2022. From the district office, Margaret Akanusi. From Silverado High School, Tricia Brammer. From University Prep, Jolie Calderon. From Silverado High, Fred Dearborn. From Hook Junior High, Diana Eddington. From Cobalt Institute of Math and Science, Patricia Ehart. From the district office, Terry-Lynn Ewert. From the district office, Jamie Garcia. From Adelanto High, Deatrice Gates. From Victor Valley High School, Selena Gonzalez. From Victor Valley High, Amber Green Lamaze. From Victor Valley High, Agnes Young. From Adelanto High, Anthony Lawler. From Lakeview, Felicia Limbrick. From Victor Valley High, Mike Martinez. From the district office, Latanya Myers. From Victor Valley High, Greg Nowacki. From Lakeview, Andrea O'Toole. From Victor Valley High, Rainey Ortega. From Silverado High School, Susanna Paxton. From Hook Junior High School, Michelle Rask. From Silverado High, Erica Rohrbaugh. From Hook Junior High, Mona Saad. From the district office, Patricia Sanchez. From University Prep, Mark Schreckengost. From Hook Junior High, Sharina Smith. From the district office, Heather Stemmen. From Silverado High, Tasha Tumbleson. From Sims, Bonnie Vigil Potts. And from Silverado High, Christine Yoder. Congratulations to all of our CUBE Award winners, and thank you for all you do.
Okay, thank you for all you do. Let's go on to 5.2, our Facilities Master Plan presentation.
Board members, co-superintendents, cabinet, and guests. Tonight's presentation will go over the proposed projects and funding sources that are included in the 2022 through 2027 Facilities Master Plan. The funding sources for these projects are routine maintenance, $10 million, deferred maintenance, approximately $3.5 million, building funds, approximately $500,000, development fees, approximately $9 million, state match funding, approximately $5.2 million, special reserves, approximately $21.2 million, ESSER funding, $10 million. Current projects in progress are the Atlanta High School football field turf replacement and the Silverado High School solar projects. These funds have already been allocated and are not identified in the funding source for the proposed projects. At the last Board of Trustees meeting, the members requested information on what would be needed to move Goodwill Education Center back to Old Cobalt site. This is a cost analysis of funding required to repair the site. This is based on no DSA modifications or new construction, which could significantly increase the cost. The projects the district would like to start in the next 12 months are Atlanta High School, upgrade camera system at a cost of $150,000 from RMA. Victor Valley High School, replace cafeteria floor at a cost of $110,000 from RMA. Victor Valley High School, replace cafeteria roof at a cost of $190,000 from Fund 35. Victor Valley High School, install HVAC in Keith Gunn Gymnasium at a cost of $195,000 from Fund 40. Old Cobalt, make repairs to site for Goodwill and Central Enrollment at a cost of $1,940,000 from Fund 35. The projects the district would like to start in the next 3 years are district-wide, install card readers in various areas at a cost of $500,000 from RMA. District office, construct multi-purpose building at a cost of $3 million from Fund 35. Silverado High School, replace football field turf at a cost of $800,000 from RMA. Silverado High School, replace HVAC systems at a cost of $10 million from ESSER funding. The projects the district would like to start in the next 5 years are district-wide, replace HVAC systems as needed at a cost of $800,000 from RMA. Silverado High School, complete modernization at a cost of $3 million from Fund 35 and Fund 40. An application for state match funding has been filed for the balance of this project. Silverado High School, construct new multi-purpose room at a cost of $10 million from Fund 25 and Fund 40. Current multi-purpose room would be utilized as an indoor eating area for the students. District-wide, replace roofs as needed at a cost of $1 million from Fund 14. The next two slides show the proposed obligations and the funding sources. The total obligated funds is just over $40 million. The total funds obligated versus total funding available leaves approximately a $19.2 million surplus. This allows the district to have approximately $19.2 million in restricted funding available for various facility projects and emergencies. If there are any questions, I would be happy to answer them at this time. Thank you.
Okay, I got one. Okay, the part about repairing / upgrading the building that's going to be used for central enrollment. Now, are we talking about this building over here?
No, at one time we had been instructed to look at what it would cost to do the central enrollment building over at Old Cobalt.
Okay, because I don't remember anybody ever approving
I agree with you. I circled
doing
that
that
online.
central enrollment.
Yeah, I've not recalled that, in fact, that was a red flag when they started to move over there without the board having approved that and took out the commercial kitchen, which was
Yeah, 'cause
a gem to
2 boards ago,
lose.
they voted it down, but then somebody, like they said, they took out the
No,
kitchen and they started
never
building
did.
it, and nothing was ever approved by any board.
It was before most of you guys were on here, I think, at one point.
No, I was here since that
What's
school was
that?
abandoned. And it was never voted on by the board, because I remember Penny voted against it, Tim Norton voted against it, even Tim Hawk voted against it. But somebody tore out the kitchen there, so now it can't be used for cafeteria for the 2 purposes that we've approved to do it. And yeah, check the minutes. It was never voted on to do that. But still, and I understand that central enrollment's gotta be somewhere, but I'm thinking if we're gonna use this facility, if we're gonna use Cobalt to the best of its potential, having an eating place would have been ideal. But now, who knows?
So one of the things we can do for eating is we have a comprehensive kitchen. Is this on? Oh, one of the things that we can do for eating is we have a kitchen across the street at Silverado. Sometimes on occasion when you have students who may be off-site, like we do for our county programs, we provide those meals for them and we kind of bring them in, for lack of a better term. So we've already thought out an option for the eating component for the students, nutrition and lunch periods.
Where did the commercial kitchen equipment go?
So this predates me. I don't know.
Can you find
Yeah,
out?
I can look into it and see.
Yeah, there was some good equipment in there.
Well, because that's, like I said, those things have been done and long gone.
And I'll put that in the Friday notes to the board.
Okay,
And when you come down to it, okay, we can provide maybe that new portable kitchen thing that we're voting on for Silverado High School, maybe that could be used.
The food truck?
But, yeah, when the original idea to move it over there, that the board never approved, that was when Cobalt was abandoned and parking was plentiful, because that was one of the big selling points. Oh, parking, there'll be plenty of parking. Now, if the district is gonna use it, like we talked about, have for district office use and have for, Goodwill use, that parking disappears. So they could park in the dirt parking lot next door, I guess. because, you know, parking's gonna be another issue. But no, I saw that, and it's like, well, wait a minute. We're approving, possibly approving money for something that was never approved to go on forward with anyway.
So if you look at the master plan, that particular area is broken down as a separate line item on there. So if the board elects not to do that portion of it, the rest of the plan would still.
Well, I just wanted to make sure the new board members know that that whole thing was never approved by anybody. Or in a majority, it was never approved by anybody.
That's true.
Dr. Williams, Mr. Moman, I noticed that there was nothing on there about a possible middle school construction, but I feel pretty strongly that we need a middle school in like the Old Town area because it's just not a convenient location over at Lakeview for our middle schoolers. And if we're going to be expanding Lakeview to a high school, then they're going to need to siphon off some of that middle school capacity. So I almost feel like we need a facilities meeting where we can discuss our use of facilities. I know we have properties we could look into selling to raise funds. Is that something that the rest of the board members would be interested in having?
Sure.
I would, because I think there's some misunderstanding in some of these, and yet I know a lot of work was done, and we want to utilize the old co-op.
Bless you.
I had questions about the financing, and maybe that could come at a meeting such as that, a workshop or.
We'd be more than happy to schedule that.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Sorry to
on-
interrupt, bro.
Yeah, the $19 million, at the end, is that money that's already, we already have money allocated for facilities, and then if we spend the proposal here, we'll have $19 million left?
At the end of the 5 years, that's with money we'll be getting within the next 5 years included
And
in
it's
that.
assuming that we do get the money from the state for facilities, or do we know for sure that
So-
that money's coming?
So we do not know for sure if we'll get the state match funding, so but that funding is only on the one line item that shows, basically it shows 16 million if we don't get the state match funding, but it'd be 3 million if we did.
Thank you.
Well, it's an election year, so there may be lots of money coming down, at least pretty quick, because that's usually the case. Lots of money comes down before an election because everybody wants to look good.
So, Vice Chair, if I may, staff needs direction in terms of if you want us to move forth with what was presented. When it comes to the funding piece also, let me just share that school financial services has already put us in line for the state matching funds.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm really hopeful and confident that we'll be able to get that so that we won't have to or mitigate that $16 million expense. So one of the things that we've done clearly is make sure that whatever monies are there available to our district, that we receive those dollars. There was an itemized breakout for the Cobalt component on this presentation, and staff would like direction in terms of, moving forward all things on the breakout relative to Old Cobalt. Some of the other high points that Mr. Jurgensen touched on were just general routine types of repairs, like district-wide roofs. One of the HVAC systems there at the Keith Gunn gym, that's a routine piece that we put on our capital improvement project. We want to upgrade our HVAC facilities and so forth. So staff, we just need direction.
Well, I would be inclined, I'd like to know, when we're dealing with the old Cobalt, again, I'd like to ask, where did that equipment go?
Got it.
That was very expensive.
Mhm.
And if we're putting a school there, it should be moved back so that the school could have a cafeteria.
So you want us,
Possible.
want us to look at what it would take
Where
to...
is that equipment?
Okay, got it.
It's gotta be somewhere. Just like where are old desks? And then I'm not inclined to move CTE over there, or excuse me, central enrollment over there until we have more of a workshop and discuss, because we have discussed it before as a board, we voted no, so if it's kind of getting slipped in, maybe we could hear what the
Rationale
reasons
is.
are.
Got it.
What would be the
So-
deadline by which you'd need to hear something from the board in order to?
Well, that if you backwards map, and Mr. Jurgensen, you help me on this. If we backwards map to have, let's say, Goodwill there by the beginning of school, we need to get started like ASAP.
Yeah, I don't even think
know
it's
if we can make that
feasible to get it
feasible
done by
right
the time
now, you
school
know.
starts. I would probably say the next school year would be your.
Or mid-year, if you want to do a mid-year move, which may not be good.
Yeah, I mean, some of it's gonna depend on what we get back from DSA too. If there's some items DSA comes back in and says we have to do, then that involves an architect, DSA inspector, a lot of that, and that will definitely drag out the timeline also.
Yeah, because that seems to be the only real question, at least in my mind and Penny's, was that central enrollment component of it. Everything else, that's great, we need it. If we can get matching funds for it, that even makes it even better.
Mr. Moman, you had shared when we went on the tour of Silverado that it had originally been slated to have a cafeteria. The multi-purpose room that's being suggested, would that align with what the original plans were for Silverado?
Oh, well, I'll just speak.
To construct a multi-purpose room?
Well, I
Was
know
that
that
part
you-
of the original plan that you
Well, I know
mentioned?
that there is a cafeteria that the students walk up to. I think there was a little bit of an overhang that we was looking at one time putting in here that never got installed.
Yeah, when Silverado was built, there was supposed to be state matching funds, to my knowledge. And we didn't get those quite, at that time, and so we still moved forward with building Silverado. But some things were left out of the original plan, and I believe a cafeteria was left out. I think Silverado needs a cafeteria. They do have safety issues there. The cafeteria would really help offset some of the things because kids hide off in certain areas of the campus, and it makes it a security nightmare, I think.
So in here, the
cafeteria would be
proposal for the multi-purpose room, would that be utilized as a cafeteria as well?
So if I may,
yeah.
so if I may, we'll build a new multi-purpose room. The current multi-purpose room, which is close to where they actually have the kitchen, would be used as a cafeteria.
That's kind of what Mr. Moman described when we were walking around, and he gave a pretty good description. I said, man, that'd be cool, but he said, well, ran out of money or something like that.
We did.
That's too bad.
Yeah, we did back in the day.
Didn't get the state match.
So just to give them some direction, I think most of these projects, personally, I feel, and I think most of the board, well, you can comment your own. I think most of these are necessary.
That's what I just said, that one little thing's the only question with me.
Yeah, I think
So-
these are necessary. I think we all agree that.
But is this a votable thing right now? This was a presentation.
It's like an informal,
No.
Oh, okay.
This is
direction.
just, yeah.
Not a
Give us
vote.
direction to move forward. Because items that would need to happen.
Between 22
Right.
and
So-
27.
So I think what we should do is, tonight's the presentation, but then we should come back with the workshop. So we
Yeah,
could talk
let's do a
about
workshop.
this in more detail, then we can put it out for a vote.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moman. Anything else on the
Nope,
facilities?
that's very good, thank you.
Okay, so public comments. Do we have? We have one public comment? So, can you read the, or Dr. Williams, can you read the disclaimer?
Okay.
I'll call you up in just a second.
Okay.
I'll call you up in just a second. He's going to read the disclaimer.
Okay, if you wish to address the board on any topic, including any items on the agenda, please submit your comments to the board president by completing the request to address the board card prior to the meeting and submitting it to the assistant to the superintendent. The president will recognize those who desire to speak either during the public comment section of the agenda or before the particular agenda items. Each speaker should move quickly to the microphone and announce your name before beginning your presentation. Meetings are taped for later transcription. Each speaker is allotted a maximum of 3 minutes. The president may choose to limit each topic to 10 to no more than 20 minutes if substantial number of people wish to address the board on one topic. Testimony should be brief and to the point. Speakers should not repeat testimony already presented. Board actions may not legally be taken on items not specifically listed on the agenda. The board may ask that such items be placed on the next agenda for consideration. Testimony is not protected from damage claims for slander. Public charges or allegations may result in illegal actions being brought by those individuals. The board values constructive community comments and suggestions. It welcomes your participation in the democratic process.
Thank you. Mr. Herdman,
Third line.
Herdline, sorry.
Third line.
There you go, you're close.
Hello, everybody. On my comment card, I put community schools for the old Cobalt site. And I do have a paper that I made. I'm part of the LMI committee, and I created a thing to kind of explain what community schools were and the purpose of community schools. But I just want you to consider, the board to consider the use of the old Cobalt site as a community school. And it was even brought up that we create community schools for all the comprehensive high schools, for Silverado, Adelanto, and Victor. But I think our prototype should be at Old Cobalt when you move Goodwill there, because the Goodwill population of students is most in need, maybe more in need, for a community school type environment than the comprehensive high schools, although they are as well. And what a community school does is it brings all the services of the community to bear at the site. So what does that mean? That means if you need a hearing test, we're going to give you a hearing test there. If you need glasses, we're going to let you go in and you leave with a pair of glasses. All right, and Old Cobalt is big enough to facilitate that, along with putting the classrooms there for Goodwill. As well as creating like a new boardroom there and things like that. And it's a good use for the gymnasium to have Old Cobalt there. And the community school aspect of it would greatly benefit the people at most risk, the people that need those services. Let's say we have a group of students, or one student, doesn't matter, that is pregnant, and they can go to the clinic that's located on the school site. And it just so happens that the Biden administration has increased funding for community schools by 12 times the old amount. And the governor's budget right now has billions of dollars waiting to be spent for community schools. This is the time to make the motion. This is the time to go seek that funding source. And I'm sure I left out other things that community schools do. But it's a one-stop shop for everything the community needs. All the community resources are located there. You put a social worker there that has vouchers they pass out for if you need a place to stay that night, things like that. So it can be all that stuff wrapped up in one. And the complaint is always made that you're putting another school so close to Silverado, traffic jam with Sims and Silverado. Well, that community school money can be used for construction. You just create an alternative exit out the back of the campus rather than out the same street as Silverado. Sorry for going over. Thanks.
Thank you. I have a question since that came up, and that's a good idea, Fran. All right, now, would a community school, from what I've seen in other districts, schools could use that in lieu of sending students to a non-public school, which usually costs us a buttload of money. So that might be a possibility to make the Cobalt redo a practical thing. This was not just like we're throwing another school in there. That's a school that's saving us spending that money on the non-public school options. Just an idea.
But putting in lots of resources, like the Family Resource Center times 10, making sure that all those facilities that parents and students need are available at the school instead of looking throughout the community.
Well, yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Some of the people I talked to from different districts that had community schools, they weren't all just for incorrigible students. There were students that had issues, and you could provide services and things like that. And if you had the right services, Goodwill students could possibly access it. And in the right situation, maybe some of your other district students can access it. So you could make quite a deal there and have the two schools, and the district would still have room for their offices and things like that for trainings and that stuff. The school's a pretty big place. Some people don't realize how big it is.
Would you be willing to look into that for the facilities meeting? Thank you.
Because from what I've seen, the big problem with Cobalt is the money that's gonna be needed to spend to make it, turnkey.
But the Biden administration may have some of that for us.
Well, Joe's got the money, and if he's giving it away, if we can get a hold of it, that's great.
Joe's got the money. Okay, we have no more public comment, so let's move on to our VVTA report, item 7.1.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Williams, Mr. Moman, Executive Cabinet, students, educators, and community members. My name is Anita Tucker, VVTA President, and I represent 472 members. I'd like to offer congratulations to Ms. Elena Kim and her teacher, Ms. Barbara Mars, on their incredible achievement. That was really awesome to see. I'd also like to congratulate our CUBE Award winners. They do a great job, and it's great that we can recognize so many of them. Also, congratulations to Mrs. Nocera and her amazing drama students on their performance of Grease. I was at Victor High many, many years ago when they performed Grease, I think in like 2001 or 2002, and doesn't disappoint again 20 years later. So congratulations. And I'd also like to say congratulations to Silverado and the district for putting on the special education prom today at Silverado. I know a lot of work went on for that, and especially for Mr. Jonas Cabrera. He is a fantastic photographer, and he took pictures of all the students and is giving them the pictures so they have that to remember. And we think that's pretty special, and he deserves recognition and thanks for that. VVTA celebrates our birthday this month on April 29th. We are 46 years young and still going strong. Additionally, in April, we celebrate several religious holidays, such as Ramadan, Easter, Passover, Cambodian New Year's, to name a few. As educators, we respect our students' beliefs, and we understand that many of them are fasting during this time, and we want to be supportive of all our students, especially at this time as we're doing state testing. I was really happy to see that VVUHSD is having a recruiting fair on May 7th to begin hiring for the positions we need for the upcoming school year. We have over 30 teachers and counselors retiring, as well as over 40 classified positions to replace. And I want to stress that we need to have those positions filled well before the start of school so that we are ready for students. So I was excited to see that on social media. I shared it. So hopefully we're able to get all of the people we need on May 7th, 1 month from today. As I expressed earlier, before closed session, VVTA is extremely concerned about action item 9.8 on the agenda tonight. And again, VVTA strongly urges the board not to approve this item. I also am bringing some concerns from our members. VVTA met yesterday for over 2 hours with our rep council members, and the two major concerns that we had were on cleaning or lack thereof and safety. This is something that is a repeated issue. Cleaning is not occurring, and there's safety issues where people do not feel safe, students do not feel safe, and our students and our staff deserve clean facilities and a safe environment. VVTA will be meeting for negotiations on April 13th and 14th next week. We have made strong progress on many of our articles, and now we just have 3 left to negotiate. Article 1, salary, Article 3, per diem for extra duty, and Article 16, class size and caseload. As we look at the rising inflation rate in Riverside and San Bernardino counties, it is up 8.6% from just a year ago. We received a 5% raise and a 2% off-schedule raise. Thank you very much. But that does not cover the cost of inflation. Additionally, we're seeing gas and food prices escalating. New teachers moving or looking to move here must now spend close to $2,000 a month just to rent an apartment in Victorville. We want to recruit and retain the very best, and it's harder now than ever to compete with positions in Orange County and Los Angeles. We hear equity and parity often, yet there is not equity and parity when we discuss extra duty pay. Why would anyone work additional hours for less than what they make an hour in their regular job? It does not make sense. And we see that less and less employees are willing to give up their personal time for trainings and tutorings to make less than what they do at their job every day. Victor Valley, our VVTA gave its members a survey, and I know you have the results that Jared gave you. This week, the results were strongly in favor of members receiving per diem for all extracurricular activities. Members were far less inclined to sign up for summer professional development, which it has important trainings which we need, and by doing so, you're receiving just slightly over half of what you normally make. Consider full per diem. If we're talking equity and parity, let's really do equity and parity. Let's not just throw it around. Finally, if we are looking to make a difference for student achievement, especially at this time after a pandemic, with students struggling with math and reading, lower caseloads for our special education students in remedial classes is paramount. We have money for students. Let's use this money for them. Keeping it in the bank does not help a child today. We are really happy that Dr. Hawkins will be meeting with our negotiations team to discuss finances next week. We have 37 more days of school, not that anyone is counting, and it's a short period of time to finalize our negotiations. However, I know that Dr. Williams and Mr. Moman can work some miracles. I know that Dr. Rubicaba is confident that VVTA and the district can settle this contract this year, complete the ratification process as well as the AB 1200, and we can go forward for the next year with a signed multi-year contract. That would be pretty amazing. We could actually work collaboratively together on things like an equity task force, discipline committee, and we could accomplish a lot more things for our students and community. So game on, district. Can we do this? Lastly, I'm happy to announce the results of our VVTA election. We had 5 positions open on our executive board, as well as our faculty representatives. We voted online on our online platform, which is very successful. And I'm proud to announce that Jennifer Lovelace and Jennifer Longera will continue as first and second vice presidents. Jeff Voigt will continue as our incredible scribe or secretary. We welcome Amanda Ballard, who will take over for the amazing Otilia Vargas Corona as treasurer. And I'm really happy to announce that Michael Mayo will take over as president on July 1st. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Item 7.2, our CSEA report.
Good evening, board members, co-superintendents, and cabinet members. Mr. Moman, you make it hard for us now because we have to rethink our little. I'm here. My speech will be short tonight. I've met with both superintendents several times since our last meeting, and I can say that I appreciate them continuing to have an open door policy to listen and sit with us. And I sat with them in a couple meetings with some of my members to express our concerns. So I appreciate them taking the time out of their busy schedules and listening. and we do see some change. We still have a long way to go, but at least we see improvement, so I'm happy with that. Unfortunately, I did have to file a grievance yesterday, so I still have some serious concerns about things that are going on in the business service division. I just hope we keep moving forward in the right direction, and that hopefully we can get to a point where everyone in the district is feeling that they're being treated fairly, and that we don't have to file grievance. I very, very rarely file grievances. It's probably the first one this year. So hopefully we can come to a resolve that's fair for everyone involved, and that the district takes a look at the lenses and investigations and things that are going on. I heard Kathy come up and speak about the Titan group. I don't know that group, but I do know some of the people that are doing investigations now are not fair. So I think we just need to take a look at what's going on, because I know a lot of the investigations that I myself have sat in have not been fair. You see lawyers coming in and they're smiling and giving high fives and gifts when they're walking out the door. That's a problem, especially when my members are being retaliated against. So I think there's some unfair things going on, and the board needs to take a look at that. And I don't know what direction we need to go in, but we need to make sure that it's fair for all employees. Thank you.
Okay, so we are moving on to our consent items. Item 8.1, the approval of our consent agenda items. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Okay. Ms. Barrios? Oh, discussion.
None.
No discussion.
Aye.
Ms. Barrios?
Aye.
Ms. Dew?
Oh.
Ms. Edmiston?
Yes.
And I vote aye. Item 9.1, our certificated personnel report.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion?
Yeah, our two co-superintendents, some of the things still are unsettling, that we have ratification so far after the event has occurred on the personnel report. Some of them from August until December, and we're just now approving them.
Well, in some cases, they were not submitted until just recently, and I think that HR processed them as quickly as they received them.
Yeah, we do, and we have been emphasizing the importance of not having ratifications to the extent possible. We have seen some improvements, but we will continue to bring that to the attention of the management team. We understand the
Yeah,
frustration.
it doesn't seem like an improvement when so many still are on there, and instead of having, it's a ratification because it's after the fact, so I'm still concerned about that. I've brought it up a few times.
Yep, we'll make a note of it, and we'll try to address it.
So can we get a little bit more information when these things still keep happening, that maybe we can help with streamline the process? Or because at first the excuse was, well, we're going to a automated system, a computer system, but that's been years ago and it's still not showing any relief.
Yeah, we'll definitely take a look at that. We do have a meeting coming up to revisit the system that we're actually using and see what we can do to use another existing platform to help make it more efficient. At the end of the day, often it's human error, where we're not receiving them on time or they're getting stuck somewhere in processing, but I understand your concern and we will address it.
Yeah, because I was just curious, because I could be wrong, but it seems like it's the same sites that are doing that.
Yeah,
I haven't tallied it up, though. Okay.
We will take a look at all the factors,
Okay.
whether it's site-specific, department-specific, or whether it's our system that's not helping us accomplish our goals. So I will look at that. We will look at that as a team.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All right, then we'll vote. Mr. Barrios?
Aye.
Aye.
Ms. Dew? Ms. Emiston?
Yes.
And I vote aye. Classified personnel report, item 9.2.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Okay. Ms. Barrios?
Aye.
Aye.
Ms. Dew?
Aye.
Ms. Em- And I vote aye. 9.3, our employment agreement with our co-superintendent. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Ms. Barrios?
Aye.
Aye.
Dew? Emiston?
Aye.
And I vote aye. 9.4, Resolution 22-16, Education Protection Account. yearly, so we do this
Yeah.
every year.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Various?
Aye.
Do?
Aye.
Emiston?
Yes.
And I vote aye. Item 9.5, our ASB bank account signature authorization.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Ms. Barrios?
Aye.
Aye.
Do?
Yes.
Emiston? And I vote aye. Item 9.6, our contract with Learning for Living.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Barrios?
Aye.
Aye.
Do? Emiston?
Yes.
And I vote aye as well. Item 9.7, our contract for Power School for Unified Enrollment Analytics.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion?
Okay, now I have a question. Okay, now, I know this is a different name, I'm pretty sure, but haven't we approved something either like this or similar to this just recently for central enrollments for records and that? Because the description of this sounds like something we purchased just a while back.
No, this is a uniquely different contract. This is for our demographics when we're doing analysis in terms of
Predicting
yeah,
population.
population growth, death index, and all that stuff, housing. So it was originally, and it's been for years. You will probably remember the name Decision Insight.
No.
You don't? Okay.
Sorry, I forget
They've been
something.
bought out.
I'm
so.
old, remember?
It's another company.
Don't say that.
Did we contract through this Decision Insight
We,
before?
we've had them before. This is just a renewal of the contract, so to speak.
How long has it been since we used their services?
Oh, we use their services every year. Yeah,
Oh.
even throughout the year. Yeah, so when we're doing our budget build, as an example, to go against our FICMAC calculator and stuff, we use them. And a lot of school districts all throughout the state use them. They really help with the analytics. They know about the housing growth, and they'll tell you how many students per so many houses built that you should book, what we call book for your elementary school districts and your high school districts.
So are we going to get a more accurate estimate then when
I
we're
hope so.
projecting our declining enrollment, and will
You
we
know,
have more accurate numbers?
Don't say that.
That's I don't know. I can't comment on that one.
Well, you know, we talked about this at the
Yeah.
last meeting. It seems odd because we have so much building that is going on.
What's happening is at the state level, not the narrative, but what's happening is at the state level, there is a decline. Just in California, there is a decline.
Yes.
But we are like a one-off, and
Yeah, we're not landlocked. We have plenty of room
we're
to
growing
grow.
up here. Yeah.
Will this give us more accurate data than
Yeah.
looking at statewide numbers?
Yeah, it should give us more accurate data. We're going to get down to the micro level with them and so forth, just really down to the nitty gritty, and have some robust discussions with them, and then maybe we'll open up from a conservative projection to maybe a more moderate projection to be kind of like in line, because we go kind of conservative in case we have any trends in our enrollment or any trends in population, because we also have had a large transient population here of homeless students as well. So that's why we try to buffer it.
So is this correct? It's just the company has changed their names?
Yes.
It's something we are already using. The company's changed their name, and it's proposed to us to renew through the new company's name.
Yes.
Is the other company still around?
They all everybody's getting bought out.
Yeah, I know. I didn't
So-
think they were still.
It's like
But
Google's eating them
they'll
up, huh?
keep the name so that people can recognize if they use that company in the
Right.
past.
true.
So yeah.
Any other discussion?
That's it.
Question? Okay. Mr. Barrios?
Aye.
Aye.
Do? Emiston?
Yes.
And I vote aye as well.
Bless you.
Item 9.8, the contract with the Titan Group.
So moved.
So moved.
Well,
Second.
Barbara's moved it, so do you want a second?
That's
Mr.
fine.
Barrios?
That's
Okay.
fine.
Discussion.
Yeah, just a couple of things. Some things have been mentioned already, but just get down to the basic nitty gritty. We got our new director of HR / director of classified personnel. Now, when we didn't have that, we were told we were going to need somebody to do investigations because we didn't have that new personnel. Now we have that new personnel, so we shouldn't have to go out and hire somebody else to do the job.
Jose,
because-
we don't have new personnel in that department. We have.
Yeah, we do. We have an assistant HR and we have a certificated director.
Okay, we did hire the one position, but.
We did hire a person.
We did hire
Right.
one person.
Okay.
But is that person gonna be conducting investigation?
Well, that's what we were told they were gonna be doing when we hired them.
We haven't hired anyone.
We haven't hired
We haven't hired anyone.
We haven't filled the position yet.
We haven't hired.
Okay, we're planning on hiring. And we know you're gonna hire it, and if you don't hire it, I'll mow your lawn. Okay? Because, we know we're gonna hire it, okay? But the point is, we have a position that's coming up. And if we were told if we had that position, then we would be able to take care of all our investigations. That's the number one thing, okay? So now we have the position, so we shouldn't need it. And secondly, Kathy's not the only one that dealt with this organization. And whenever we're doing stuff, unless somebody's a criminal, okay? If a teacher or classified personnel, assaults, stabs, whatever somebody, they deserve to be treated like a criminal. If it's an alleged offense, they shouldn't be treated like a criminal. And I've seen the way their interviews aren't interviews, they're interrogations. And nobody in this room, from the top down to the newest employee, deserves to be treated like that. And I don't. And that's my point, all right? That's why I voted against it, because we don't need that kind of a negative influence to treat our employees. Again, unless somebody's really bad, then go for it, all right? I'm sorry, all right? I'm just.
Mr. Roman,
Can I speak on behalf of the Tiger Group?
What? I mean, you can, but I maybe, would you want to hear my question? So maybe you could roll it into your answer. Because we hire a lot of law firms in this district. So when we're incapable of handling an in-house investigation, why do we need another investigation unit? Why are our law firms not capable of?
Well, I don't want to talk about what I've learned since I've been here, but the Titan Group is not coming in to do investigations, but they are coming in here to look at how we do investigations, what we've done. We have investigations that have not been done properly and based on protocol. So it's to look at what we can do and how we can improve. Also is to provide Dr. Rubalcaba a little bit more assistance in terms of looking at our cases. A lot of them are outdated that we should have done a long time ago. So it's really to help us get it organized and get a better focus on where we need to go as an HR department and as a district.
I mean, 80,000 is a lot of money. I mean, you could look at hiring most of a director's salary at that
All right.
position.
I have just one question. They worked for us before. Then they no longer work for us. Why was the contract terminated?
With Titan Group?
Yeah.
They did work for us when I was here.
Yeah.
In HR. And I disagree with the comments that were being made because they did an excellent job. They still are an excellent organization. Just look them up. You'll find out that they are a 5-star organization. When we terminated, we didn't really terminate the Titan Group under my watch. That happened after I left the district.
Okay.
That they went a different way. One of the things that have occurred, I can't say if it's in the county, if it's just our district, is that law firms started to have their own investigators. Now you guys have to realize that those investigators are like us. They get certified. They're not true investigators. They don't have the skill set. But they come in and they investigate our cases and they miss a lot of things. So they may report that this item is credible when it doesn't even meet the standards of a item that should be credible. So a lot of things are being missed in the investigation report and the statement of findings. And those are things that I'm finding out right now. So districts moved away because attorneys are pushing for their own internal investigators. Now, is it a money-making venture for attorneys? Yes, it is, because that attorney is coming from their own investigating firm, or they would recommend, but they benefit from it as well. So if we want true investigations, if we want to really know what's going on in our district and correct what we're doing, then we need to go with some organization that has the skill set.
Mr. Momo,
It's just like a teacher. You want a teacher that's gonna work with kids, then we have to find what we call a number one draft pick. Make sure that they have a positive impact on our kids.
Well, if a
Same thing
teacher,
with
if a
anything
teacher
else.
treated his student like I've seen those guys treat employees, teacher'd be out on his keister. I'm not kidding you, and I'm pretty easy going, but it's like,
Mr. Momo, would
Yes,
you
sir.
be, so we're going to go back into closed session. We have a matter to discuss. Would you be willing to maybe say a little bit more about, in closed session, about the investigations that you feel have not gone properly? Because I think that's something the board should know about.
I'd be more than happy to.
Okay, thank you.
it may not have been technically improper, but as far as human relations go and that, and I know you're really big on human rights, and I know you wouldn't tolerate it. That's all I'm saying. Because if they're here to do something else, they're gonna end up doing some kind of deal. My own personal opinion.
Well, do we have a motion?
To table it
I mean,
until we go
is
to
there any
closed
sort of,
session.
yeah, should we?
I motion that we vote on it.
You want to vote on it? Well, we don't need a motion to vote on it.
No, we
Well,
already
what's
have
gonna-
that
I
on
know,
the floor.
but you
That's what's
said
gonna
you want a
happen unless-
motion, you got a motion.
Unless we have another motion, that's what's going to happen. We're
No.
going to vote on
No,
it.
but I'm just saying. Okay?
Okay, so Barbara, you want to table it?
Yeah, until we talk in the back.
Yeah, it
'cause
would
I
just
wanna-
be
I
until-
want to
No,
know
no, no,
where
no,
we
okay.
are with.
It's gotta be a democratic
'cause we
process.
got a lot of things.
If you
on
want
our
to table it, we
plate
got to
right
vote
now.
on it.
No, I
We got
I
a
understand
bunch
that, but
of cases.
No one has made a substitute motion, so the motion on the floor that's been made and seconded is to approve this contract.
Yeah.
And so I
Okay.
call for a vote.
okay.
Okay? All right.
Mr. Barrios?
On first? No.
Mrs. Du?
Yes.
No.
And I'm going to abstain because I don't have enough information to vote on it.
Right. We don't.
Okay, so.
So the motion does not pass.
so
The motion does
fails.
not pass.
Okay.
Item 9.9, the purchase JT Tech. Do we have a motion?
So move. So move.
Second.
Do we have discussion?
Just one question for, this will be for Dave. Okay, so are these things, are they still working, Dave? Or, because the description kind of implied that they're not broke yet, but ours
Right.
are, you know.
Right, so this is the network equipment in our district complex.
Right.
So let's just say it was installed before I left the first time and came back. So it's about 10-year-old equipment. It's out of warranty, out of replacement. We have no replacement, so we're, unfortunately, we can't use a lot of the funding we use for school, networking equipment, E-rate, that type of thing. So, yeah, it's if something was to fail right now, I couldn't replace it.
So is maybe money there now that may not be there later? That's all good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're gonna
Okay.
use
all right.
ESSER.
There's
ESSER
funding that we
funds.
have right
I
now.
can buy
to
that
replace
thing.
it.
Yeah. We're gonna use ESSER funds.
Because ESSER funds, all right.
ESSER funds.
There you go.
Well, we have them.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, any more discussion? Ms. Barrios?
Aye.
Mrs. Du?
Yes.
Emiston?
Yes.
And I vote aye as well. Item 9.10,
So moved.
Second?
discussion.
Yes.
Real quick question, okay, these sound like they're like mini ambulances that are gonna be used for the CTE medical program and stuff like that. So are we gonna be able to oh, Lorraine's here, okay. Are these gonna be able to be used on site and possibly other places, maybe even in the community if needed for emergency situations? I know I'm
Probably.
dreaming, but hey, it's a,
No, because of liability, but they will be customized for the school, so it will be a good program advertisement. It's also for our physical therapy sports medicine program at Adelanto. And, so you'll see it on the football field and things like that. But the only place we could find them was in Florida, which they're very commonly used, and it is a mini ambulance. And it was a much better deal than purchasing a used ambulance for about $70,000. And we really
So
did
it's
not need
more-
a
it's more like an
full-size ambulance.
The impression I got from reading the thing was it was more like a cart.
It is, they are basically golf carts that have been expanded with triage type
All right,
equipment.
so goes back to my original thing. So at Adelanto High School,
Yes.
at least at Adelanto, that will be able to be used on-site
On-site.
for emergencies and things like that, because putting an injured student on one of those little golf cart things is, if they're not hurt when we put them on, they're hurt by the time they get there.
We could put them in
Yes.
our medical van.
This has a stretcher and everything else, so yes.
Okay, and they'll do a great job with that, because they got
Oh,
they got a
yes,
great
we're very
program over
excited
there.
about it.
All right, thank you.
So why aren't we having these at each of our sites, and where are the students being transported from where to where?
Well, it's not necessarily for, it's for the medical pathways that have pathways built into them for like physical therapy and the sports medicine program. In Adelanto just so happened to have that. And so when we met with the teachers, Monica LaBrosse does quite a bit with athletics, and we also have the sports medicine / physical therapy program there. And so that's what they
good. We're
wanted
lucky to have
as part of the CTEC.
I don't
CTE.
understand where the students are being transported from.
They're
where
not
to-
really being, it's a way of implementing, using industry equipment in their CTE programs that aligns with industry.
Well, when we went to several conferences, for example, we saw that medical table. I
Yes.
understand how that's being utilized in CTE,
Yeah, two
but I
schools
don't
have them.
understand how this cart, if a class is being conducted and my students are in the classroom, what is that cart going to be doing?
The students will learn how to properly transport someone who is injured in any scenario, and that's part of the program, how to properly transport someone safely.
So where would they be transporting the student?
I don't know, designation from point A to B. It could be from the field, it could be from one building to another, but just learning how to properly load someone on a stretcher, strap them down and transport them from various areas.
Well, in
And
that
this-
case, since there's not a specific need for transporting from point A to point B,
Mhm.
why couldn't we use our medical van and train them to put them on the gurney, put the gurney
Oh,
in
we
the
still got that?
van?
Because, well, the medical van is currently being used quite successfully, actually, with the community. And as we continue to expand that and roll that out with the various nurses in the program, they will learn how to, that's more of a stationary type setup. There's not an ambulatory or triage equipment in that van. That's more for setting it up and, receiving patient care on site. It's not necessarily for transporting with stretchers and such.
I'm not understanding how this expensive $58,000, $51,000, almost $52,000 vehicle is
Yes,
being
this-
utilized.
Is there a picture included?
There is.
Yeah,
There is.
it looks like what our custodians use to go across campus.
Mhm.
And
It-
if that's what it's gonna be used for,
No.
then, and if that's what the need is, I can understand. But I don't understand the need for this $52,000 vehicle, where it's transporting the students, how it really is being utilized.
Well, we would never use it in that particular manner, obviously for true emergency situations because of the liability piece of it. But it is part of the curriculum for them to learn how to transport someone, to secure them, everything from stabilizing a patient for transportation, the medical record to take identification of that patient. All of that's built into the medical curriculum for those pathways. And it crosses all of them, really.
Yeah, this is part of the curriculum,
Yeah,
Dr.
it's
Yu.
part
This
of
is
the
not a-
curriculum. It's an instructional tool, kind of like similar to Relias or anything that we might need in a classroom for teaching science labs, maybe the materials, cadavers, whatever we need. So in this case, you know,
actually doing
for the
it.
programs that they have at Adelanto, this was a request so that students know how to be able to, like as a triage and use that. It is not meant for general use. We
No.
can't use it for emergencies or anything like, you know, what Mr. Barrios was saying. We wouldn't be able to do that.
But we
So
might someday.
if we buy it separately from the CTE funded program, and that was something that we work with teachers on to identify within the program what additional support they need, and then that was what the teacher identified to support their program, and approve also from
MDCP, the medical.
because they
I'm
have to
sorry.
go through a process,
Mhm.
because when we get those CTE grants and CTE grants and so forth like that, we say this is how we're going to be using it, we vetted it through them, they approve it, and then we bring it to the board for approval.
So if a student really is hurt on campus, will it be utilized?
No.
It cannot be
It
utilized
cannot.
because
No.
of the
Then
liability.
Does it need to be that specialized and that expensive of a golf cart?
Nowadays, I'm going to tell you, even remember those mannequins?
Yeah,
I
they
was
cost
just
a lot.
like, oh my God, we're so
Wow.
expensive.
But I would question also the medical van. We've not been told that it's being used.
Yeah,
The last.
we were told.
It is.
No,
We were
the
told-
last, I even
it's
went
been a
with you to go
long
look.
time.
No, for the
They've been-
vaccination clinics, it's.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
they've been
been
used at all
vaccinations.
vaccination
Mhm.
clinics.
Yeah.
We're actually,
Okay.
in a couple of board meetings for now, we're going to be presenting the award to the student that helped with the graphics. We're going to do a presentation, so you know, so it has actually been used. And for this purpose,
Vaccinations,
Couldn't
for
it
sure.
be used for this
it's too
purpose as well?
large. It's too large, and it wouldn't serve the curriculum that is within those programs and pathways. It wouldn't make sense.
So could we get an
Also-
update? That would solve all this. An
For the
update, like
medical
a
van?
printed update. What services we provided with our vehicle?
True. Well,
Because
and
we haven't heard hardly anything. We heard about a shot clinic. I remember hearing about one or two shot clinics, but I don't recall hearing anything else. If there's been a bunch, just put on a piece of paper and I'll stop whining, okay?
Well, and also, I need to also state, the medical van was not a CTE grant, okay?
Right.
CTE was written into, you know, possibly supporting any of those services. That was a community grant. It was a grant to serve our students and community as a whole. This is CTE specific. And so that's why it cannot be used for general purposes, because it's part of something that has to be aligned with the curriculum and has to be strictly used for that program and nothing else.
I don't view this
I
as
hope
any
that
different than when
helps.
we buy the electric car building kits. We don't say, well, we don't need electric cars.
Right.
No, it's a part of the curriculum. The
Yes.
students are
Oh,
learning
they
skills.
need,
And
they need
it's
those
bought
because they
under
have,
the
to get
under
trained,
the
you have to have
grant,
something to work
under
on.
the CTE
Exactly,
grant.
and to get trained, they
I don't
have
know
to
why we're
have
making a big
equipment to
deal
work
out
on.
of
And
It, and that's a good way of explaining. It is similar to the electric cars that we've purchased, and you'll see additional, for instance, the one that's coming up that you've already mentioned with the food trailer for culinary.
Right.
Well, that's next.
Because, yes, that will be the next one, so probably shouldn't stay in here.
These are bought under the grants.
Yes.
Well, I totally realize they're bought under grants, they have specific things, like the van,
That's community grant.
$400 and some
Community grant.
$1,000, almost $500,000, and well, the last second somebody changed their vote so it would pass, and then we didn't hear anything about it until, well, actually that same person started complaining that we haven't heard anything about it, and then we found out it was sitting in the bus barn.
Well, I will say though,
can
and
I add
and
something
this
real
is
quick?
off topic, but that student support services is really doing an excellent job with that
Oh, that's great.
medical
Oh,
van.
no, I've-
And so
if it's being used,
yes,
that's
it
great.
is fully
But
utilized.
We will
It
bring.
may not be CTE money, but at least in my mind, that was something our students could use for
Mm-hmm.
career technical education. And it wasn't being used for anything. And it was a waste of our district money. We could have spent it, I mean, there was teachers, if you knew how many teachers complained and barked about, why isn't my program getting this?
It could have been spent on arts and humanities. I remember that very clearly.
But anyway, that's another topic. I don't want to get
We'll
off
bring
on
it,
that,
yes,
but,
sir.
you know. But I support that thing. I think it's a good idea, and I know Monica will figure great ways to use it. And she'll probably figure out ways to use it that you and I can't even imagine.
Yes.
But we'll bring some
Could
more
our other
information.
CTE courses, like the ones that are building the electric vehicle, could they build a vehicle like this? Could they build the next item, the food truck? Could we put our building skills to use?
That would be cool.
Yeah.
Well, we would end up having to take the liability in case if there was an issue. as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also,
If I can add something just real quick.
Yes.
You know, as we visit classrooms, I think we've all been extremely impressed with the state-of-the-art equipment our students have. The anatomosh tables that, I hope I'm saying that the right way, that some of the top hospitals and universities have, our students have, you know, access to those types of things. So this is just another tool, and our teachers are doing great things, exposing our students and preparing them for college and career. So this is just another example of making sure our students have access to state-of-the-art equipment so that they get real-life experience. You know, it just sounds like a really good idea to support, because I was at the culinary show the other day with the desserts. Our kids are operating in five-star environments that can really prepare them for jumping into a kitchen. So this is another good example.
Well, that's why we need to not take out commercial kitchens out of our buildings and then lose that equipment.
There you go.
That can't be found. So, I mean, that's just common sense. I understand that this is a tool, but I'm not understanding it's not going to be used to really transport a hurt child. It's not going to be used.
That's a whole
So I
different
just
risk
can't envision where it's
conversation.
being used and how it's being used.
Well-
But I can support that the teachers want to use it and it's being funded from a grant, but I'm just not understanding how it's being utilized. We have the medical van, it's gone.
Miss Edmiston, you know, a good idea that I just thought about maybe is as they get that and once they start using it, come and visit. And you can see how the kids and how they're using it. And I mean, I haven't seen it, you know, we haven't purchased yet, but I'd be curious to kind of see as well too and look at the curriculum. So maybe we'll have you come by.
Well, it wouldn't hurt to be able to answer how it's being used.
Well, that is how they're going to be used as far as all the equipment that it comes with. So similar to anything
mannequins.
that has, you know, so that's how they learn about what this thing is. Again, it's not in front of me, so I don't know, but they would need to kind of work with it because if that's
Yeah,
their
the
field later
mannequins.
on, yeah, if that's they have to work with it later on, they need to know how to use those equipment and how to put them on and how to safely do it and hold their head and all that stuff. My forte is not in the medical field, but
No, I understand that, like, there's medical equipment that's attached to a wall that's used if your heart's not working well. I
Defibrillator.
understand that kind of equipment and it needs to be used. I just don't understand the vehicle part of it. How the vehicle is being utilized.
So in
As a
Riverside, as part of the fire safety pathway, they bought a fire truck. So the fire truck isn't going to go around the school necessarily, but what it did was it gave students who were going to want to be firefighters an opportunity to go in a mock, you know, like almost real fire trucks and be able to utilize and work those different things. So that's how I'm
But
kind
not
of
put out
seeing it. You know what I mean? So we wouldn't be able to use it as a real fire truck, but it becomes a hub of learning that they get to interact with and engage with as if they are like a real firefighters. Does that help a little bit?
Yeah, and I'd be interested to see it in
Yeah,
action.
yeah, me too. We'll
And
invite you.
one more thing, not to extend our stuff, but okay, you guys said liability. Okay, now think about it. What does our CTE medical, they train these people, they train them in first aid, they train them in CPR, they train them how to use defibrillators, they train them in emergency techniques. They prepare them basically to be an EMT. Now, there's got to be some other little bit lower qualification to allow them to do the simple things that we were talking about. Well, look who does that right now. Who loads a hurt student onto a cart? Usually it's a security person and whoever is right there to help them. Do we know if they're certified? No, but we're trying to help a student or employee get to where they can be taken care of. See, and those classes, they could teach, and if there's a certification, they can get it for them because their students are great and they do a good job with them.
There's also liability issues on the student side. So what if the student is injured when they're...
All right, there's an old rule in first aid. Nobody ever gets, it's called a Good Samaritan clause.
Samaritan law.
You won't be sued for trying to aid and assist somebody.
No,
And what-
I'm talking about injuries. So suppose you're a student and you're trying to help someone and boom, you get
In a
injured.
natural disaster setting, we do what we have to do. The Good Samaritan law does apply. However, we cannot create a system where we expect our students to utilize equipment and perform medical procedures. That cannot happen legally.
If
Then
they're
the school
certified.
district would be
If we can
sued.
get them certified, they're legal, and that's
Yeah.
cool.
Well, and they have to be 18 to be certified in
We have
EMT and
students that are 20.
paramedic.
Well, some over 20. I'm sorry, but no.
No,
see,
I understand.
I'd like to think that we can, and then we
Sure.
decide what we can't, instead of just right off, we can't do that.
Well, I
You know
would
what I
be
mean?
more than happy to take you on a ride, but I made that teacher swear, and the principal, it is to never, ever leave the perimeter of the campus for liability
Well, I have
reasons.
faith in those teachers, and I've seen what
Yes.
they've done.
Yes.
Just the
They do a
short time that
wonderful
I've been
job.
here, well, short time, but
Yes.
anyway, they can do wonders,
Yes.
all right? And I have faith in them. Okay.
Any more
Thank-
discussion?
Vote aye.
Oh, Mr. Barrios votes aye. Mrs. Dew?
Oh.
We're
where are
voting
we?
on the.
We're voting? Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Edmiston?
Yes.
And I vote aye as well. Okay, item 9.11, a purchase from California Cart Builder.
So moved.
Second? Do I have a second? Mrs. Dew, second?
Discussion, sorry.
Discussion?
Hey, I don't have a whole bunch on this. All right, now, this thing, all right, it sounds like it's basically gonna be a mobile classroom for a culinary arts class, correct?
It is going to be a food trailer, because the truck would have been an extra 60 grand. One of the things that we are implementing starting next year are what some people refer to as simulated, I prefer to call it CTE pathway internships, where students who've already completed the 2 courses to be completers will be able to put their skills to work, and that course is called an internship. So this trailer may be at a football game or whatever, but the teacher will work with ASB. I've already spoken to the principal about that. Thank you, Dr. Hawkins, for making sure that I did that. And so students will put their skills to work by actually learning how to run that business. Because the whole point of an internship that's set up, and there's proper coding for anything that's simulated, and it's an equity thing. Those students don't have to leave the school, we don't have to find jobs, that they will practice on site and get internship credit and work experience, as well as ratchet up their industry credentials. And we're very excited about that, but it is a real food trailer. Now, to someone asked earlier about us building something like that. There's liability, but there's also proper licensing for food handlers, inspectors. That it has to be inspected just like it were a restaurant. And so when it comes to us, it will have already passed inspection and will be able to be run like a real business, because those internship programs have to have a business plan.
So food will be prepared
Yes,
and
ma'am.
sold
Yes.
out of it?
Yes.
Could we repurpose our medical van for the, no.
All right, so. Okay,
Yes,
so. We're not gonna be able to take it anywhere to use it. Okay, now, no, hang on. All right, because, all right, we're gonna teach them how to use it. We're going to teach them how to cook. We're gonna teach them how to serve food. Now, we should also teach them to get their food handling certificate.
And they do.
And
They
how to
will.
inspect the food truck,
Mhm.
because if they get into that business and they have a food truck, that's something that they're gonna have to learn to do, is take care of that food truck.
Yes.
So our students can do all that sort of stuff.
Yes.
So the liability and the licensing, I'm sure there's some sort of loophole in the licensing for, organizations. I'm not saying bypass all the regulations.
No.
I'm
right.
just saying the licensing and that. That way, they not only get hands-on, they get real hands-on.
Mm-hmm.
Like you said at a football game. Great. Maybe we can do it at a football game at another school too, or another school too.
Well,
Good PR.
But whose truck is going to pull it?
They can use mine.
I
I'm
will
licensed.
tell Mr. Sanchez to give you a call.
He can use it anytime he needs it.
So,
Would a whole class
understand.
be able to benefit from this? Because I remember years ago, Atlanto had a culinary program, but they couldn't get the commercial kitchen. There wasn't the gas facility, the gas lines. So would this be able to be utilized by a whole class?
No, there's no way, and not, because our classes are so large anyway. In our classes, they earn the food handler certificate and ServSafe. Our kitchens have commercial grade equipment. That's one of the reasons why we host events like Chopped and the Sweet Genius competition, because our kitchens are commercial level and have multiple stations so that we could handle 30 students. And you would never be able to fit that many students in. I mean, I think it's a good idea, but no, there's no way.
But the food is being prepared and it's being sold out of this van?
Yes.
And who's buying the food?
That's part of the student enterprise.
So would it be at a football game or an event
Yes.
like that they
Yes.
would utilize it?
Mm-hmm.
Then why can't they do it somewhere else?
Again, that's one of the reasons why it's a trailer. And so we'd have to have a meeting with Dr. Hawkins and make sure that all of the insurance and liability pieces are in
Even if
place.
we're not moving
I wouldn't
right
hook it
now,
to
they'll
my
have
car.
insurance on it.
Yeah, it will be insured by the district, but,
It's moving it from place to place.
I understand.
so,
Transport
anyway.
is different there. But you get my point.
But no, we will possibly, maybe we will pull it up out here and serve tacos to the board one night.
Ooh, it's all publicity. I mean, just your publicity.
Dr. Rubicaba will let me, do you have a hitch?
Well, vote Caleb, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, so,
And then take them to the medical van to get their cholesterol.
Hey, yeah. First they
And
go to
any
lunch truck,
booster
then they go to
shots.
medical van, right? Okay.
That's a good one.
One-stop shop.
Yes, yes.
Oh, Fran, you're great.
any more discussion?
All right.
Darius? Do?
Aye.
Edmiston?
Yes.
And I vote aye as well. Item 9.12, a purchase from Platinum Finishing Systems. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? And this is for a paint booth for the auto shop program.
Yes, at Victor. And we are refurbishing an existing one to keep the cost down.
And just to be clear, Platinum Finishing is the name of the company.
Yes.
We're not going to coat the cars in platinum.
No.
Because they got that new paint booth a long time ago, and it was a very good quality paint booth, but after years and years, things need updating.
Yes.
And he
Yes.
runs a good program down there, but it needs a good facility.
Okay.
Okay.
Any more discussion? Barrios?
Aye.
Do? Edmiston?
Yes.
And I vote aye as well. All right, 9.13, awarded bid to FC and Sons Roofing.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
How many buildings is this covering the roofs of?
Oh, I don't, is it?
11?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the horseshoe down there, Penny.
Yeah.
I asked Brett
Or adult
before.
education, and they can't pay for it out of their budget. It has to come out of RMA, or general fund. So
And
we're
it's
taking care of
not
it.
part of the maintenance and facilities? We can't use?
We're using those dollars for that, yes, RMA.
So why is that not part of this program?
We have a part of that program that you see there is just a general upgrade of roofs. You'll see that that's booked, what I call booked, that's in the presentation. General district-wide upgrades for roofing and things of that nature. It's in there.
So some of these portables are in pretty bad shape.
Yeah.
From what I've heard, and I mean, there's pest problems as well and everything. Might it be a good idea to sort of look into upgrading the whole portables instead of just trying
So
to?
that's a part.
Oh, sorry.
That's a part of our, I work with Mr. Jurgensen, and we're looking at what I call a capital improvement plan for facilities. That's one thing that we want to start looking at. That's a part of that presentation as well. is in districts, what you do is you have things what we call on cycle. So that entails looking at each school site. For instance, we're upgrading the football fields for Adelanto and Silverado. So you just look at how many years has something been in existence, when is at the end of life, sort of like what Dave talked about earlier as well with the technology piece, and you upgrade it. So we're doing that, to your point.
Okay.
And those portables, by the way, they were old when we got them. No, I'm
Yes,
serious.
they were
We got them
used.
when Greg Lundin was superintendent,
Right.
and he got
They
them
were
like for
used
almost
already.
free from somebody. Now, why do you give something like that away for free? Okay. Now, our maintenance team has done a great job keeping those looking
Keeping
good
them
and
together.
functional. And the roof may be the last thing we need to get them to the next phase that you're gonna do.
Yeah. It's a long time.
Any more discussion? All right, Mr. Barrios?
Aye.
Duke?
Aye.
Emiston?
Yes.
And I vote aye as well. Item 9.14, Board Policy Administrative Regulation Provisions. This is our second reading, so we will vote on it.
So move.
Second.
Discussion.
Yes. Are all of the wording and the revisions per CSBA? Has it been vetted through their legal services?
Yes.
Or have
They
we?
all
We
come from there,
vetted it through
usually.
through legal counsel. We also consulted with CSEA as a part of the transition from the PC to the contract, and it is consistent, and they signed off on it as well.
Okay.
Do we need, this is for Mr. Moman, do we need to do like a sort of public forum for the second reading?
Not for a board
No,
policy.
not
No, not for a board
policy.
policy.
No.
Okay, so we just vote on it.
No.
Okay.
Good thinking.
All right,
Good question.
Aye.
Mr. Barrios?
Aye.
Aye,
Yes.
and aye, so 4 ayes. Okay, so we are done with our voting.
Are you calling me that because I'm wearing glasses?
No, I wasn't calling you that. We have information discussion items, so conference request, item 10.1, any discussion on that? 10.2, educational study trip request, any discussion? Item 10.3, a monthly personnel activity report, any discussion on that? Okay. And let's move on to Dr. Hawkins, 11.1, business service.
Okay, thank you. I'll be very brief. Congratulations again to Elena Kim and Miss Mars. That was really, really phenomenal. And also, I'd like to just publicly congratulate Victor Senior High. It was really good to see some students performing post-COVID or whatever that means.
Yes.
So that was really great. I just have a couple of updates for the board and the community. The White House budget request for the 2023 fiscal year calls for an additional $88.3 billion in funding that will be targeted to the Department of Education. We're preparing for the May revision workshop to see how that will affect California finances. One of the items that is coming out of that is that there's anticipated $36.5 billion being proposed to double the allocation of Title I funding for schools to serve students in high poverty. So that means that what they're looking at is about $20.5 billion in discretionary funding and $16 billion in mandatory funding to target mandatory areas that are tied to Title I. Also, the president is contemplating increasing or boosting special education funding by an additional $3 billion. And we all know that we need special ed funded as much as possible. So that'll be a $16.3 billion run. And of course, that'll be divvied out to the districts across the country and private schools as well that receive those types of dollars, including Title I. And then finally, last two items, there's going to be an uptick in English language learners, about 244 million above fiscal year 22-23. And just to let everybody knows, the federal government's budget cycle is totally different than what we're used to. They go from an October 1 to September 30th, which is really different. And finally, the president is going to allocate in his budget, he's already proposed spending an additional $1 billion to help school districts hire additional counselors, school psychologists, licensed clinical social workers, and LMFTs. So that's my update for this evening, and we'll bring back to the board a presentation post-May revise relative to the impact of the governor's second budget workshop for the fiscal year. That's it.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Hawkins. Dr. Yee.
Hi, good evening, everyone. First of all, like Dr. Hawkins said, congratulations to all of our students who received their awards, and also our staff, we have awards, so that was really nice to recognize them this evening. I'd also like to recognize that between March 13th and April 15th, it's actually National Deaf History Month. And I wanted to kind of share with us a little bit about the history of it, because I did a little research. So this National Deaf History Month, it recognizes the accomplishments of people who are deaf and hard of hearing. And I did a little research and found out that on April 15th, 1817, the first public school called the American School for the Deaf was opened. And on April the 8th, 1964, which is about 50 years later, Gallaudet University was the world's first institution that was really devoted to the advanced education for the deaf and the hard of hearing. And it was officially founded, and then more than 100 years later, in 1988, Gallaudet University nominated King Jordan as their first deaf president. So part of our equity work in our district, as it should be in all districts, is really to ensure that we're meeting the needs of all of our students. And I think the deaf community has to be one of them as well. So I love some of the ideas that one of our public comments a few board meetings ago mentioned about, having the closed caption, looking at maybe ASL. So those are the things that we'll be looking at as well too. So I just wanted to recognize that and the accomplishments of some of the historical figures who are hard of hearing and deaf contributed to our society. I'd also like to share some things that are happening in Ed Services, and really under the leadership of Mr. Mike Williford over there. We had a really good discipline matrix committee meeting the other day, and I wanted to thank some of our people that are still here this evening for being part of that committee. And it really is only through the collaboration of our teachers and our classified and administrators that we can really create, a matrix that is going to serve the needs of our students, not only because we want to support them and make sure that we're giving them every opportunity to be successful, but that we too hold them accountable for their actions as well. So that was really good, so thank you for being part of that team. Also, we conducted our second walkthrough at Options for Youth this week. It was really good, and I think the relationship that we have with them has been really going well. I think that they have a great leader, Mr. Gillespie. We were able to visit all 3 sites, as we often do. So board members, please look for a summary, like I did the first time in the fall, in the Friday notes, so that you know some of our recommendations and some of the commendations that we saw. Okay? And also just to congratulate our 5 students at Sims who actually will be participating in the State History Day competition that's going to be held in Rockland, California, and it's going to be held in May, and we are so excited because I remember when I was a principal, National History Day was so big, and I had 3 of my students that actually won and went to state and took second in state, and the level of commitment, the level of rigor that it takes to do a project like National History Day is just amazing. So that's what we want all of our students to have, those kinds of experiences. So just wanted to thank the staff and the administration and just for making it happen for our students. So, and that ends my report for this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Yee. Dr. Rubalcaba?
Good evening. Just want to echo, we're very fortunate to have a 9th grade student have their research published at such a young age. That's amazing. And to receive recognition from the Navy and the EPA and so on, I can't wait to see what she's going to do next year, and hopefully at the state level. Also, thank our students who performed. It's always fun to see them and having fun and being kids, especially after, during the pandemic and after the pandemic. It's nice to get some normalcy. Want to thank all of our staff that helped make possible the prom for our special needs students. That's beautiful, and it just makes everything so worthwhile. Even when we have our challenges and we feel tired or what have you, when you see our students celebrated and having a good time like that, it makes it all worthwhile. Same thing with our employees. You know, the CUBE Awards were designed to celebrate the excellent work and the standard of professionalism that exists in our district. So congratulations to all the CUBE Award recipients. Yeah, I agree. We had some really good bargaining sessions with both CSEA and VVTA. It's awesome when we work together and we accomplish a lot. It's a good feeling, you know, that we're moving in a positive direction. So I'm optimistic. We have established quite a few dates with both teams, and let's get it done. And I appreciate the district's team taking time from their busy days, you know, our principals and other directors and what have you, making that happen. COVID-19 tests are available. We have thousands of them. So please pick them up at your sites. If staff need them, if students need them, the community, give them away before they expire. We want them used. So they're available. Please pick them up. We still have PPE, and we want to make sure that folks know that if you do want to continue to face cover, it's okay. We want you to feel safe. All the PPE that you need is available. And what I want to remind our community that although a lot has shifted in regards to CDPH guidelines, one thing that has not is the testing mandate for employees who are not vaccinated. You need to continue to test weekly until further notice, and we want to make sure that we are in compliance and keeping everyone safe. Also want to acknowledge, it was brought to my attention that the supplemental paid sick leave, although the board had already extended it through June 30th of this year, there was a brand new allocation effective January 1st that is available. Now, there are a different set of rules, so we're going to make sure that we make that available to our employees under the law and as it is prescribed. So thank you for the employees who brought that to our attention, and we're happy to acknowledge that we're going to correct that. Finally, want to celebrate, we are having a hiring fair. Now, that doesn't replace our regular efforts that were already in place. We are hiring right now, both classified, certificated management. We're going to continue to do that. But a hiring fair is twofold: to really raise awareness of how awesome it is to work for our district, but then also to try to finalize that hiring so that we are fully staffed to the extent possible before the new school year opens. So save the date. It is May 7th from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. here at our district complex, and that's a wonderful thing. Thank you and have a good evening.
Dr. Rubalcaba, quick question.
Yes.
On item 10.3, the monthly personnel activity report is a little bit different. Is that, I'm not sure how that's being utilized compared to this. Is it
Great
because
question.
we no longer have a PC commission?
Yes, in part, that is correct.
Uh-huh.
So there are certain processes that previously existed with the Personnel Commission. So for transfers, reassignments, and promotions, those would have gone to the Personnel Commission for notice, and then they were also shared with the board, you know, through a memo or what have you. So what we want to do is try to piggyback on what was previously done by putting it as an information item. Those are not things that the board has to take action on. Those are reassignments, promotions, and transfers.
Okay, so we'll look forward to seeing reports like this.
We expect it
on a-
every board meeting, if it applies. Or, I'm sorry, once a month is what we anticipated. Thank
Okay.
you, Jackie.
It was kind of bare bones this month.
None.
None.
Yeah, so I believe at the next meeting, or once a month, you will be receiving that information.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we are on, we do not have our student board representative here today, so.
Legislation.
Oh, legislation, sorry.
Oh.
11.4.
Bless you.
Yes, if you flip over on the back side, AB 1838 deal with parents' primary language translation, and it basically states that by January 1st, 2024, you know, all school districts will be required, if you've got 15% or more pupil, to do that in translation. And then the last one on that page, AB 1872 by Lowe, Election Day holiday, it's being proposed that this bill would add one day on which statewide general election is held, which is the first Tuesday of the after the first Monday in November of even number, and it would be added to the state holidays. I don't know if it's gonna pass, but at least it's being proposed to give people a holiday on the election day, November. That's it.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. We don't have our student board representative, so Mr. Barrios will go to 12.2.
Oh, okay. All right, here we go. Okay, first thing, congrats to Elena. That's, to see a ninth grader achieve that kind of thing, that is great. Just got, good job for Heather. You got to make sure and keep her. Because sometimes these other schools come steal our talent, okay? You know how it goes. You're a coach, all right? All right, anyway. Okay, and the Grease kids, that was cool, all right? And I mentioned to somebody, the stage they used to practice on and do their classes on was no bigger than this. So they should learn how to operate under adversity, all right? Next one. Now, we didn't get a chance to recognize Chemo tonight because he couldn't make it, but I gotta say something, okay? And for those of you that don't know Chemo Brown, he's a basketball coach at Adelanto High School, and he was just recently in the news for rescuing 7 people out of an overturned car. I mean, that's like, wow, all right? And, I know him, Mr. Moman knows him real well because he was my student and Mr. Moman was his counselor, so it's really great to see those little kids do that kind of neat stuff. All right. Oh, and besides that, he is an alumni of the district, even though I did say he was students, but just in case anybody missed. Okay, next one. Okay, and I've already kind of asked for this. Can we get an update? Just a piece of paper like this, say, hey, the van did this and this and this and this. So that way,
Can they just put it in our Friday notes?
you don't have to listen to me whine about it, okay? Because I have a personal thing with this van situation, all right? Okay, next one.
Next meeting.
I get kind of wound up about some of the CTE stuff, and I'm not trying to put somebody on the spot, but the bad thing about sending a board member to a conference is they listen to all weekend long about people say, well, we kept hearing no, 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 and we turned it into why not, and then they talk about all these great things they accomplished. So you can blame the conference, all right? Because for every little thing, there's always a solution. Nothing's incurable. And let's see. And one last thing. Are we going to ever be offering an ASL class? I don't know if we do.
We don't right now,
Oh.
but if it is the desire of our community, the desire of, we will look into it.
Maybe if somebody in world languages just is able to teach it or something like that, it would maybe substitute for French or German or something. So it would be a great thing, and I know, Otelia's taking it, and I probably should take it the way things are going, but, I think it'd be a cool offering. And
It
I've
would
had
be really
students ask
cool.
about it, but
Yeah.
if not enough students show interest, we don't really go towards those kind
And
of
right now, what I've tasked Lorraine, who is our coordinator of English and world languages and a few other things to do, is really research our adjacent districts also to see who has ASL. The hard part about it, when we did it when I was in Riverside, we started it a couple of years ago. My boss, actually, Dr. Oh my God, I can't think of her name right now. Angulo, Dr. Angulo.
You're not even old yet.
I know. Well, I found out I was a lot older than I thought. Dr. Angulo actually has, her mom and her dad were both deaf and hard of hearing. And what she did was she brought that passion to her work and was able to go ahead and offer ASL classes to some of our high schools. The hard part is hiring somebody who has that credential and so
that's
forth.
fun.
But we connected with the Riverside School for the Deaf, which is adjacent to our district, and was able to work with them closely on it. So we're going to do some research and kind of see if that's a direction we'd like to go and see if our students might be interested in
And
it.
maybe somebody could just do an impromptu survey of their English classes. Say, how many would be interested in doing that? Just to get kind of a rough estimate if anybody's even interested.
It'll be part of our plan.
That way, you've got a captive audience, just tell them yes or no. It takes 5 minutes of their
Yeah.
class time, and you guys could get some kind of a numbers to see if it's even worth exploring.
Absolutely.
The end.
Okay. Mrs. Dew?
I think they had a school for the deaf there in Riverside.
Yep,
They do.
That's one of
CSDR.
the main things that was there, so, along with Native American Institute.
Sherman Indian.
They had that too as well. One of the things that I really loved tonight was seeing the kids, come and perform. So, congratulations to Miss Mars and Kim, a ninth grader, who has been phenomenal.
Pretty good.
Phenomenal. I don't know what she will be doing by the time she gets to 12th grade.
Big things.
Oh my goodness. She is just phenomenal, especially in science, which is what we need today.
That's right.
Tremendously. And also congratulations to the Cuba Award winners that I saw tonight. And congratulations to Silverado for the prom. That was really great. Thank you for putting that on. And thank you very much for being here tonight, Carlos. I know it's a tremendous little thing out there, trying to make sure everything runs smoothly. Hopefully one day we'll have another 7th and 8th grade campus. So, it's such a burden there. The other thing is, the Grease, I saw them perform when I went down there, and so we were putting together the spring awards for people in San Bernardino County. And when we did that, they said, well, we need something different this time. And I said, why not a play? So they're going to be, they're not going to be performing, but we're sending a recording, right, Dr. Brown? Dr.
That'd be great.
We're sending a recording there, and you're going the whole county is going to see them perform. So it's going to be really great for them. I really love that. I love to have kids. We're having more and more kids do more of entertainment.
Neat, isn't it?
Than anything else. You're going back to Washington, right?
Yep.
D.C.? Well, anyway, going back to Washington, D.C., and we'll be talking about special ed funding, nutrition, and because that's supposed to sunset, but we want to keep that going for the rest of kids' lives. So that's the push that we're going to take back, so that they understand that the Californians would like to continue that all the way through. And we're also going to be talking about broadband. There's still places, particularly in our big county, where kids and people don't have the access like they should. So 3 areas that we will talk about the most back there is special ed, nutrition, and broadband. And we also going to be talking about extending the date for ESSER funds. We're going to try to do that as well when we go back. Those are some of the things we talked about today with some of the people back in Washington to let them know that those are the things that we're going to be talking about. And this will be the first time that AXA and school boards go together back east. It's usually a national organization, but this will be a California group with about 170 people trying to make sure that we get funding for California so they don't leave us out, because a lot of times when we talk about special ed, there's a lot of things we love to do with special ed, but we don't get all the funding that we need. And we've been battling this for over 30 years to get more money for special ed, and it's really hard pressed. So that's why we're all going back this time to even talk about those issues. So those are the things that we'll be talking about when we go back there. It's getting more funding to California for special ed, nutrition, and for broadband. So those are the things we'll be talking about. And then I didn't realize we were, 46 years old here? 46 years old? Wow. It's almost as old as our school, you know. You realize that. The school's 100 and some years old, but that's almost half of the school year, which is really appropriate. There's some things that we need to solve within our district. I see that and I hear that, but you have to bear with us. We're coming out of this COVID thing, and we are going to work things out as much as we possibly can. And it's very, believe it or not, I know that some of you think it's hard pressed, but it isn't hard pressed. And we talked about a community school many years ago. I think we, Mr. Molman, did we decide we were not going to do that, or did we do 1 year?
We had a community day school.
Oh yeah, we had a community day school.
Oh, the original Susie Matthews?
Yes.
Is that what it was? Yeah.
But that's not the same thing.
No, it's
No,
not
it's
the
not the
same.
same
No,
thing.
he's
No.
talking about a different type of school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I stand
Yeah.
corrected.
Right, it was different type. And then when we had that other school with Goodwill, that was a little bit different too, wasn't it? Yeah. So it wouldn't be a bad idea to have a community school that has everything there. We actually picked up that school from Adelanto and put it on the trucks and took it over there to Cobalt. That's how we built that school many, many years ago. Yeah. But it wouldn't be a bad idea. Something that's very positive like that, particularly for community and for parents and everybody else. I think that would be a really good idea. Thanks for that idea. Okay, that's it.
Thank you.
Well, Dr. Yu, thank you very much for sending so many teachers to the Good Teaching Conference. I got to attend as well, and it was really well done. Teachers learned a lot. There was a lot as far as many curricular items, and it spanned all the grade levels, TK through community college even.
Oh, really?
I appreciate going to NSBA and learning as much as we did at the sessions. I just would like to request, I know that we did not approve the Titan group, but I know that we need some help with investigations. So if you could bring back some other suggestions maybe
Okay.
that we can use to help with investigations, or maybe what our neighboring districts are doing,
Okay.
or what we can do in-house, I'd
Sounds
appreciate
good.
that. And I
Okay.
have no other comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a couple. I got to pull up the right screen here, though. So obviously, first is, wait a sec. Well, Miss Alina Kim. What an outstanding achievement at that age. I'm just flabbergasted. Like, I think back to like when I was in 9th grade, and it was like, oh yeah, I got the leaf on Mario, Super Mario Brothers. That was what my 9th grade looked like. And, she's publishing an academic journal. So what an accomplishment. It's great to see our students succeed. And of course, I also want to thank our great drama team from Victor. Coming here and putting on a show like that. That made our night. Why am I not pulling up the right? Okay, so, also our CUBE. There we go. Our CUBE Award winners, I want to congratulate you as well. Okay, so I want to talk about something that's near and dear to my heart. Many of you probably don't care about it, but that's the CASP testing. It's just, CASP testing is so horrible. And that's just my personal opinion, but I have a little bit of a platform here. And I don't know how many of our parents know that they can opt their kids out. Do we tell our parents that they can opt their kids out legally?
We have to.
Yeah.
We have
How
to.
are they told?
How is it communicated?
I want to say, does the letters go out? Letters
I
go out
think
to
the letters
families
go out. I've
for
seen one
testing.
before.
Because my kids are elementary school age, but I was never told. I never got a letter from the elementary school district to say, hey, you don't have to do this. You can opt out. And it'd be good if our parents knew that.
Could you forward that to us, the letters they get? Sure.
Yeah, there's a letter that goes.
Uh-huh.
I did want to say that Ms. Foote did a really good video about state testing that I put out on Facebook for her and a couple other places. And that did actually mention the opt-out. Now, I don't know how far and wide that reached, but, you know, we did mention it in the video at least.
Could you send that to us too?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, so if you're a parent listening, I just want you to know you can opt your kids out. It's not too late, I don't think. And there's lots of good reasons to do so. One, kids feel anxiety with all the standardized testing, and our kids don't need anxiety. But the bigger issue is, you know, how's this data going to be used? Oftentimes it's used to close off opportunities for your kids. If they underperform, maybe they don't test well. They might be a really bright kid that's fully capable of doing college level work, but it can close off opportunities for them. A lot of colleges are now eliminating the SAT testing requirement for many of the same reasons. There's lots of good reasons to not subject your children to that. You can talk about racialized outcomes. So if you're a parent, I opt my kids out, and I think it's a great thing to do. It's what?
I love testing.
You love the testing?
Yeah. All my kids also. All 7 of them.
Well,
She's a good test taker,
You're
man.
one of them.
I mean, hands down.
Okay, so
I've
CAP
seen it.
testing. I really think, I want to echo what Penny said. I think we need in-house solutions for our investigations. I think that's going to be the most cost-effective way, and it's also going to get more people in our department. If you're spending $80,000, I mean, that's a chunk of change, and I think you could use that on our employees that could do work here, and they'd be dual purpose. But I also think we should sort of, what we need in HR is someone who just devotes their time to recruiting. Like, that's all they do pretty much. Recruiting, getting people here. Because there's challenges in education, in staffing shortage is hitting us particularly hard. And I think if we had part of HR that was just dedicated to just recruiting, I think that would be good. And if we're doing things in-house, you got to have the staff to where you're not taking away from your recruiting efforts by giving them investigation. So I think we need more people in HR. I know I lost, but I'm going to keep bringing it up because I think we need more people in HR so that they can do the investigations, but also so that when they do the investigations, they're not having to take that time away from doing our recruiting efforts, because I think that's super important, especially now. So if you could bring back something in-house, that might make me happy.
I'll get with Dr. Rubalcaba.
And I want to talk about, I got 2 more things. One is I visited Hook. It was about a month ago, wasn't it, Carlos? And I didn't announce it. I just dropped in. Poor Carlos. He was probably sweating bullets. But he didn't need to. It was a really great visit. And Hook's a beautiful campus. And he keeps it clean. And you know what's really great about it? I went on a day when he had no custodial staff because they had all their custodians had called off, or the day custodians anyway. So, but it was like pristine. I think I think Carlos, instead of suspending students, I think he gives them community service.
Shh, don't say that.
But beautiful campus, and I got to talk to I talked to Carlos a little bit, but mainly I talked to the staff, and the staff had a lot of positive things to say about our district. Sometimes we only hear the negative, but there were a lot of positive things that they said, particularly our instructional aides. They raved about our district. They said, we get so much support. They said, one of them said, I came from LA and we got no support. And I come here and I feel so supported. And that's really great to hear when you're a board member. The one thing that I will mention, and not to throw anyone under the bus because, you know, it was overall a very productive visit, but I talked to several of our security guards, and what they said is, we haven't had any training. Now that's a problem because these kids, I mean, security guards can use force on our kids. how can you put someone in a situation where they're expected to use force, but they don't know when it's called for and when it's not? They haven't been given training on how to de-escalate. I think that's really important, because they're having this contact, this enforcement contact with our kids. So if you could arrange for training for our security guards particularly, but every employee, when they come to this district, they should be given training so that they know how to do their job. And does that make sense?
We were told it was offered to them and they turned it down. What's that? No, was it?
We will look into that, and we'll make sure
Was it or
training
not?
is available.
Okay, if it wasn't, it wasn't,
We're-
okay.
We're moving in
Then-
that direction.
then he's right.
So it's a need we know about, and we're working on some things.
Okay. Thank you. And the last thing I have is, and I think I was not here for this, because I think it was on another agenda and I was unfortunately sick, but we had a doctoral stipend come up, is my understanding, Mr. Moman?
Yes, that's true.
Did that pass, fail, or what happened?
It failed.
It failed.
Yeah, it was voted down, yes.
But that was just for cabinet level.
No, that
If
was
I
for
recall.
all management.
All management.
Because now I'm getting emails from assistant principals who are saying, it's assistant principal week. And by the way, if you're an assistant principal, thank you for what you do. But they're saying, but I don't get, everyone else gets the doctoral stipend and I don't get it. And that doesn't seem fair to me. And it doesn't seem fair to me either. So if we could bring that back, I mean, I'd like a chance to at least vote aye on it, and hopefully I could, at least two others of you will vote aye for it.
Well, I think Dr. Romero suggests
They said the rat hole.
No.
Oh, God, okay.
Whoa. Turn your,
I know you
turn
wouldn't
your
dis-
thing on right.
Well, I know you wouldn't say about Victor, but
Oh, no.
I know there's lots of places
Absolutely
down there
not.
that have different names, and us,
Yeah,
and the
I
old
would
timers know 'em.
Never say nothing about Rick Victor. Of course not.
Well, we do have a closed item that we need to consider. So,
do?
yeah, we do.
Oh.
I don't think it'll take a tremendous amount of time, but do we have a motion to go into closed session?
So moved, to go into closed session. But I know sometimes the association leaders stay. Is this something that we're voting on back there that we would report out on? So I would welcome them to exercise their discretion, and if you don't want to stay, because we're not voting on anything. And when we do, it'll be reported on the next or an upcoming board meeting.
Exactly, yes. Exactly.
But you're welcome to stay.
I'll go for that. Oh, yeah.
I'm not discouraging you.
As everybody wants to wait
Well,
here.
wait.
If you want to go home, you can.
Wait, we need a second for the motion. to go.
Second.
Second.
I'll second.
Okay, Barrios.
If they all leave, then we're
Yes,
talking.
I vote yes.
You voted aye?
Aye.
Mrs. Du, aye, and I vote
I
aye.
think this is yours.
Thank you, everyone.
17 more items to discuss.
Yep. I always feel for you guys that drive all those miles.
See, we
So
just have
it's
like
like,
about 3 miles.
I don't take the freeway, so don't feel bad for me.
No, you go across the desert, and to me, that's even.
A sheep runs across Sheep Creek, they're gonna just be hit, and I'm gonna keep driving.
I
have-
the eagle up here.
I have to stop for a dog.
Where's the little eagle?
I have to
The
stop for a
eaglet
dog,
that
but not a
keeps
sheep.
coming on TV.
Shoot.
I'm still waiting on Mr. Melman and
Elvin's
Ms.
probably got
Edmiston.
the most dangerous drive. He's got to drive to Apple Valley.
Sorry, you can
Oh,
talk after this.
yeah, right.
Oh, hey, okay, hey, Elvin. Okay, I told him you probably got the most dangerous drive home because you got to drive all the way
Yeah,
across
I
Apple
mean-
Valley.
My God, he might be going to Escondido or whatever.
I'm going down.
All right.
Okay.
Ready?
Okay,
Ready?
We have nothing to report.
That's a little better off.
Nothing to report.
I'll use,
back,
I'll
Chris?
use my substitute voice. I'll
Yeah.
wait.
We're back. I see it.
Adjourn.
I'll wait.
You wait for what?
We're ready to adjourn.
If you wait for me, you're gonna be waiting a long time, so go ahead.
So we have nothing to report out of closed
Okay.
session, Dr. Williams? Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
To adjourn.
So
Second.
moved.
Aye.
She moved. You want a second?
Okay, I'll second.
All right, Barrios.
Aye.
Do.
Aye.
Evanston.
All right.
And I
Okay,
vote
guys,
aye.
you
Good
can go
enough?
home.
Okay.
How do you sign out of this?
Just click the little